Good morning. Curious. Microsoft's ripping a little bit. NVIDIA fell back below 50. Lost 40 there for a second, too. They're selling my call. Who? Where? Why? Good morning, everybody. The Discord music, I'm going to be hearing it in my sleep. I thought I turned that crap off. Solid VFS entry? No, that's not a real thing. Has BNED got some moves in it? I don't know. Oh, interesting. Quickly defeated moves, but possibly. Broke out of the consolidation a little, but failed back into trend. That's not a good look. We'll see. Maybe it does. Yeah, the swap data breakdown is a giant pile of bullshit. I saw the video. It's fucking nonsense. It's what I thought it was. They're just trying to sell a thesis based on the fact that swaps move without actually having any swap data. Because there is no fucking swap data. It's just delayed reporting of movement and money with no positional information whatsoever because the CFTC doesn't report anything. Not to mention, swaps are already hedged on the options chain and the underlying, or on the underlying itself. So all the evidence you need for swaps is already there without having to pull swaps into it. They're just trying to sell hyperbolic shit on Twitter to get more followers. Have you entered into the AMAT position yet? No, I haven't. Although I probably should have when it tested risk this morning. Unfortunately, I was asleep. Good morning, Gherk. Any thoughts on SRF underperforming Eura? No, but I do own both. BNIT hasn't moved enough volume for T+2. Do you think clearance in the power hour? I have no idea. It's definitely moved enough volume. It's traded like 8 million shares so far today. And it traded 25 million yesterday. You also missed the Apple entry. I sold puts on it. I didn't buy any calls. But I'm not too worried about that. We could probably still pull back to 90, maybe. Can it? One second. Yeah, I could still pull back to 90. Maybe like 91.50, but I'm fine with that. FSLR is moving. I saw that this morning. Having a nice 4% day. Are you sure Greeks for Microsoft? I'm looking for its top. I'll warn you that the Greeks for Microsoft may not indicate where its top is. Microsoft's price action is not heavily influenced by its options chain. Like, there's only, I mean, there's 18 billion delta, which is a lot, but it's not as crazy as it could be. Boop. You can wait till 220 to confirm the upside. But support at 215 is pretty good. I guess either or are an option. Pretty close to 220, right? Like you could enter and set a stop. Greeks are in the chat, Gene. Did you exit AMD or still in it? Let's see. I still have like 10 contracts left. I've exited a bunch of them. No, sorry, 5 contracts left. 5 spreads left. I see it's got that big penis energy this morning, I see. A little bit. It didn't quite test the trend, which is a bit odd. but we found support slightly higher. If we take a look at ES, came kind of close to testing that trend, but a little higher bounce. I guess we'll see what happens here. Definitely consolidating in this range, right? Quite a lot. Not a lot of data today either, so we'll see where it goes. I'm confused on why a T+2 run on BNet is possible when we didn't close above the call strikes on Friday. They still had to pick up delta. The delta on the calls rose tremendously. No one needs to exercise them in order to create exposure, right? That helps. You're thinking more of like OPEX, right? Where we close above enough call strikes that are expiring and they get exercised. Is there enough interest to take us to 2025 again? On what? Hungary cut its key rate, and Nigeria did too. Who gives a shit? Please pretend to care. Oh, sorry. Good for them. How is Tesla OI looking? Very bearish to the downside, slightly bullish above 180, which it hasn't been able to break. No problem, BMG. Yep, FSLR is running. Hmm. Let's see where SPX is going here. Big pile of calls at 53.20 and then nothing. All right, cool. Did we get the test at 295? Almost. So I got $7 more range on the upside. I sold my FSLR at open. Why? That's not, FSLR is not like a quick play. A lot of that positioning is much, much farther dated. Am I totally wrong on my T+2 thoughts, or was it just missing other factors for T+ moves, two moves like delta hedging? And if there are more factors for movement, what are they? What a weird way to put it. I mean, you were right about one thing that causes T plus two movements, but I mean, all of it's delta hedging, whether it's exercise, expiration, settlement is simply T plus two. Debit spreads for GME June 21 have positive theta 2550. Is that because of the increased Vega? Could be because of the IV. Technical question: does positive GEX mean purchased options, or does it directly correlate to calls? Positive GEX is a naive assumption. It's it doesn't it's not well it's not making any assumptions about bought or sold. How was your appointment yesterday? Fine. It wasn't at the doctor's. I had to meet somebody. I have limited capital. What's your opinion on mewing? I don't really understand how it works. I just know the term. BNet, somebody talked about it and I looked at it, which was clearly a mistake. What a fucking piece of shit. God damn it. Hmm. Ooh, Carvana lost 115 finally. Ooh, I should close my credit spreads. Hmm. That's interesting. It was on a lunch date. I had an appointment. Someone of your profession. If I just opened a butterfly to hedge the two, or if someone just opened a butterfly to hedge the 250C on what? Oh, are you able to say if the September spreads at 220, 240, or debit or credit spreads on FSLR? 220, 240. Hmm. I don't know why. I don't know why you presume that there are spreads there. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think so. Unless they open today. Hey, this is a bit of a complicated technical question, but if you look at smoothed Vega exposure chart over time, and you superimpose that with Mag 7 concentration, wind down. Nice. I haven't. And it was awful. The volume came in for about the same amount of contracts on both, with the already open interest. Just assuming, yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing anything that's persistent in the OI for that spread to have stayed on the chain. So it may have just been like shorting like a small spike in vol or something like that. There's always a lot of that going on any like moderately active options chain, right? Like IV60 will spike and someone will come in and short it back down. IV90. Big exposure mag 7 concentration actually do have a silly relationship. Yeah, they do. Which is disturbing. Jay, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Alright, let's talk SPX. While it consolidates here. There's still room for a move up to 53.20. Although I think those calls are sold. So we might be getting a bit of a top here at 13.15.
And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade trades, this popcorn. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke.
Your ears are fine. Are they selling a lot of 22 and 24 strikes on Jimmy? They're selling everything on Jimmy. Everything on the GME options chain is fucking sold. It's all short puts and short calls. Okay. I'm so close to going short Carvana. Got a little bump in Delta yesterday, but who gives a shit? Charms negative now. Still needs to get below 110. Why the fuck is gamma neutral so stable on this? Delta neutral's at 100 now. Well, that's kind of neat. Are there not an equivalent amount of bought calls to every sold call? Yeah, but you don't care about that. You care about what's on the dealer's book. Is there not gamma nut oil? Grandma? I'm not getting near that target slowly. It's generally not a quick mover. But yeah, it is. It's doing pretty well. 5250 sold, or 192.50 sold calls on Apple. Nvidia's still bouncing back. That actually has some room to run. 60. Chain looks so weird on it lately. Maybe 1,000. Calls must be so expensive though. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, never mind. All right, let's see. We get a failure here. We can move back to 53.05 or even 52.95. Need to fail. Support at 53.10. Momentum wise, that doesn't look too bad. Okay. Did you end up taking a position on Apple? I have a bunch of positions on Apple, but not today. No, I haven't. I would have this morning at open if I had been awake or I'd set a conditional order, but I didn't. Thoughts on Cat 360 sold calls holding this up? I mean, they're going to. That's that's just part of the deal. Cat's chain's still super bullish though. Right now we're kind of at the support level, but there's calls on Cat all the way out to like 380. And sold puts have been picking up pretty decently. The sold put exposure yesterday almost doubled, so they're selling in the money puts. Just in the money puts, probably 60, 65. They're selling the 55. Eh. Re-enter a cat. Oh. Okay, was down a little bit today. What's gold doing? Climbing back up. Gold's getting pretty choppy around the 42.50 mark. Should be fewer sellers this time around, though. Redbook stuff didn't really affect SPX today. I mean, Redbook should be important, but it rarely is. Bars speaking at in 45 minutes. We have a 43-day bill auction. I think that's about it for this market session, at least. Waller said holding rates 3 to 4 months won't send the economy off a cliff. I don't see rate hikes happening. Progress to back to 2%. Inflation may be a lot slower than we saw last year. Better pricing power can make inflation stickier. So this is roughly where we found support yesterday. So we'll see if 53.35 starts to turn into a resistance here on ES. I would say it's not confirmed yet, but we did get rejected from the before the 53.40 test. And Delta turns negative around 53.07. We got a little pump here off of the low, but I don't think that's really doing much. And there's not a lot of downside support. So we have we actually have some puts at 53.15, which are acting as a bit of resistance here. And then sold calls at 53.20. And there's a little bit of a call wall at 53.10 to the downside. If we get over that, though, well, it's kind of nothing but puts all the way down to 52.80. So, yeah, the Fed's trying to ensure that a rate cut stays priced in for September to keep yields from rocketing. Will Jimmy pump this week? I mean, chances are no, but it still has some potential until it loses $20, which it almost did yesterday. Have you talked about TNDM at all and its potential? No. Moody's is gonna Kool-Aid man the Fed, only if they cut rates. Hey Greg, I've been playing around with a chat box, plugging and feeding all of the JFresh Discord chat comments. Want me to send you the page link? It's hilariously sassy. No thanks. I've got the real thing. Yeah, dropping to 1890 is not really outside of the range of gamma at 20, right? Generally, you need to get like at least another strike or two in between, and there's not a lot of open interest at the like 19 and $18 strikes. But resistance and support are a relative range. They're not specific. This looks good for downside. Bounces immediately. I mean, it still looks good for downside. The path to the downside is easier. It is the path of least resistance. Also, a lot of chatter today about Taiwan semiconductor folks saying they can disable all their systems if China invades Taiwan. Of course they can. That's not that's not even new news. Can we to hold options are essentially at the money today. Lose theta as we wait for a move greater than $5. I'm so excited. Is that a word for excited? No. So there was not sufficient OI at 18 and 19. Additionally, there was still some gamma that needed to be worked through. Well, yeah, I mean, gamma around the 20 strike kind of looks like this, right? Like 20 is like here. But, unless you fall below here, which is at like 1750-ish, or move above here at 2250, you're not really getting, nothing's really changing, right? Like bounces from 1750 to 20 are very easy, and bounces from 20 to 25 are pretty easy, but moving beyond that is a little bit harder and shifts the landscape more. So if it hits like 1750, then it can start dropping more rapidly down to the like 15-16 strike. What happened yesterday was you started to get a large number of sold calls for June at the $20 strike while we were trading about here. And we started to push up while those were coming in, and then we went above them, so they went in the money, and that drove prices higher and caused the MM to have to hedge. We also continued to get sold puts at like 20, like in the money at 20, 20, 50, and 21. This FSLR still has a pretty clean path to 300, but that's over months, it's not like an immediate thing. Some of that positioning is very, very far dated. Everything outside of like 215 is June or further out. Did you cut your sneaky GME weekly? I think I got stopped out of it at open. Thoughts on hymns? They added like GLP-1 drugs. It could keep running. Rejected off of 20. There's probably some sold calls building there. But that's why it spiked. And no, I don't generally touch anything in the pharmaceutical fields. MOUT looks fine. Jimmy does not have negative beta. Jimmy hasn't had negative beta in a very, very long time. Not consistently, at least. Jimmy is full of negative betas. Ha. Profit's a strong word there, BMG. I know when you shorted it. No, they don't want to lose 53.10. Who's the CEO of SPX? Jerome Powell. Do you expect Beyond to head back down to 6 imminently? No. It can just chop until everything's cleared out. I mean, it's just been netting for like 3 days now. Eventually, yeah, it'll head back down to like 6 or 5. High 5s, low 6s. Who's the CEO of NQ? Jensen Huang. If you were a QQQ contract, which would you be? That's a good question. June 450 put. It wasn't much, but it was green, so I count that as a win. Fair enough. Risky short, though. It's definitely a risky short. Is BNED still in play for some upward price movement? It's been doing pretty good today. It's like up 7%. It's starting to break out of its trend again, which is cool. Or trying to, at least. No, you guys don't know what these mean. There. Sold or bought? No comment. I'd be a Jan 420p. Conservative. I always took you as being a little bit more weakly leaning. Where is BNED on the VW chart? VW's never gone out of business. Is this a super slow breakdown or just consolidation on SPX? It's just consolidation. Really fucking boring, slightly up consolidation. Should I add one at 350? Probably not gonna get a fill though. Maybe I will. Nice. That's actually the top. What's the point of that? Weak breakout. Negative 291, 932. 309. Getting a little uptick in sold calls. 2025. Maybe they're just opening the spread there. Some profit taking on the 310 calls on that test. Apple did a dippy. Slow news day, slow day. We're gonna give everyone PTSD nom flashbacks of Rev. Good. Perelman's in the news. He's got to pay a bank back $1 billion. That sounds like the bank's problem. You been following GoPro at all? No. I saw a meme on Twitter suggesting that Jensen is actually just Bill Hwang in a leather jacket. I chuckled and then paused because what if? Maybe they're cousins. He's Lisa Sue's cousin. I don't have a prediction for GME after earnings on June 5th. Earnings are going to be shitty. I also don't think they're announced. It's definitely been issued a warning about its listing. It's been trading under $1 for some time now. Is everyone in Taiwan cousins? I don't know. Good question. Ooh. Hmm. Still just shy of 53.40 on ES. Hmm. Gap to both resistances. VIX is just dead. Fine. Went down on SPX? I don't know. Maybe like a little later this afternoon. We need more short calls to accumulate. Please have a look at Holo. No. I don't trade penny stocks, dude. No, his swap theory is complete bullshit. I'm not trading BNAD. I own BNAD. Just a daily reminder that I hate you. Thank you, Rims and Tims. Don't ever give that up. That's what drives you to be better. Thanks, Lawrence. I need to look at QQQ right now. Interesting. Oh, patience, little toe beans. Is BIG considered a penny stack? I know Burry was in it for a while. I don't know if he still is or not. Is the company's a like wet bag of shit though? Small float. What's your price target for BNED post share offering? I don't know. Might be able to get to like $8 or $10 over a couple years if they're able to execute their plans. Are you gonna set a stop on those puts, or just let them ride? I don't really want to set a stop on them. We've been so grindy lately that it's not really been worth setting tight risk management on zero DTEs. It's better just to not over leverage into them. It tends to take both a very long time to print on the call and put side, so no, I'm not. What? That's too long. Oh, okay. Then don't buy it. Is there anything nowadays that'll make you take your shirt off? Possibly. Although, I'll be honest, I haven't been that over leveraged in a long time. No flash crash? That would do it. Yeah. I said post split STD slot machine. Don't forget that it's gonna split 100 to 1. SPX looked so grindy earlier before you got on. I bought a put and I'm down 2%. By 2%, I mean 43%. I'm gonna let it ride. It's already spent cash. I mean, if your stops are too tight over the last few days, you just get chopped out of everything. I can't break 25. Do you bring back the bolometer? I'm not bringing that back. GoEV CSP, okay. Still pretty close to 250. They've been just go look at the yields. Determine if that's within the your risk profile, right? Like, what are the yields right now? They've been good, which is encouraging a lot of put sellers, but the June 250 is still 14.8%. The buy rate's not as good. But the CSP's nice. It's got nice yield. Hello, top. Back above $2, are we? What are you doing, you sneaky bitch? Hmm. BTU's having a nice day. Is it a head and shoulders setup? Maybe. We'll see. Breakdown though. A little bit. Short calls are still kind of picking up. I say it's gonna flow like water to the path of least resistance. No, Bulls are gonna defend 53.10 with everything they got. At least until the short puts or short calls outweigh their positioning. Ooh, an offer to refinance my student loans I've already paid off. Tempting. Come join me in the top pond. I'm already there. Oh, today's gonna be a slog. That wasn't very bullish. Oh. Apple, same like SPX. Yeah, maybe. Tesla's just above gamma neutral here. That also kind of means it looks like it's gonna fail gamma neutral. Oh, ooh, rough. Meta not doing so hot today. Nvidia is still just stair-stepping to the moon. No, today's not crash day. Good morning. Just got back from a baby doctor appointment. Why are you visiting a baby doctor? You're too old for a pediatrician, Crypto. What's SPX positioning look like? It's really bearish below 53.10. So we're going to trade just above 53.10 for the rest of the day. Small hands. Ooh, smart. Yeah. We hope for GoEV price recovery. Post OPEX, it's been shorted hard these last 2 days. It's been trading between like 260 and $3 for a fucking like almost a month. It hasn't been shorted hard. Did someone say my name? No, baby hands. I had a prostate exam. Is the doctor a baby or is the doctor for babies? I don't know. I have a Netflix 640p end of week. As you just got yours for 645. Am I being too greedy theta wise? Downside predictions. I don't know. I just came really close to a test of Gamma Max and kind of failed, so I shorted it. There's like no calls on the Netflix chain. It looks bearish as fuck. But that, I mean, it's Netflix is very illiquid. So it doesn't need a lot to get pushed around. And it's pretty index and ETF exposed too, so it tends to kind of move whatever way it wants, regardless of the options chain. I will say that the options chain does not look supportive of its current price, but that was also true yesterday, and it ran like $30. See, little toe beans, you impatient fuck. Market the past several days be like depressed, but still have the will to live. I'll just sit here and hope Nvidia beats. I don't know if Nvidia beating is the only metric that matters. Nvidia needs to beat and guide higher because everyone else has been guiding down. I have to see a child psychologist. The kid didn't know a thing. Ha! Dad jokes. Good time to sell BTU cover calls. While commodities are ripping? Probably not. What's the range here? If we can break 5310, which we may or may not do, 5305. But it could be like yesterday, where like the downside test takes all fucking day, right? When does a bad joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. Ha! Nice one. How much can SGX drop is the next thing to tell us. I already said that. This was just Toe Beans taking his profits. It's okay. By the way, more and more I look into DVN, the more excited I get about them as a company in general. Oh, nice. That's called overfitting. I like the fact that they pay me more money than the 3 to 6 month treasury. The rest of it, meh, it's okay. Why does IBKR say BTU uncertainty is very high? FUD. They're trying to get you to paper hand. Okay, this wasn't an open invite to tell me your shitty dad jokes. Is FSLR a mummy tasty treat to 225 this week? 225 over the next like 3 months, maybe. Look at you stepping a brook dick and buying weekly calls on things. Yeah, it's doing pretty good. Yeah, buy next weekly calls, you pores. Later, puddin' flaps. Have a safe trip. Hmm. Is SPX gonna bounce a little higher here? What a weird fucking breakdown. Oh god, it's gonna take fucking hours for enough short calls to build up. What are decent long-term pickles picks entries on your radar? I'm trying to be cautious not to taste the oil commodities rip. Fair. Fair enough. Although I think some commodities are still lagging, like coal. But yeah, that's reasonable. I mean, oil hasn't really been ripping. It's just been steadily up. I think oil will outperform into the end of the year. I think we're starting to run into some some reserve issues, and those might persist. Also, China may experience them as well. If they're trying to get their economy off the ground, that could be pretty bearish or bullish rather. Bullish for oil prices, bearish for China. Oh, we failed. Nice. Let's just keep doing that. We could start to squeeze out some of these fucking greedy ass short puts that came in. Hey, we lost 53.10. That's the good stuff. Yeah. Sell the put. You got it. Gap fill, then ups. Hmm. Hmm. Not a very strong bounce. 53.08 test. But we are back above 53.10. Ooh, interesting. I didn't get stopped. If BNet hits 75 cents, I'm selling everything. I already sold half of everything. BNet down 15%, up 18%, down 10%, up 15%. Now that's a stock, yeah. The Fed is killing it with bad moves. Yeah, a policy QE that was implemented in order to counteract less than 400 billion in losses from subprime loans has been created. Unrealized losses on bank balance sheet of more than 680 billion as of quarter 3 2023. Oh, Jesus Christ. How do you sell CCs on oil stocks if you expect oil to trend up, but also expect a market correction? Ooh, you can sell them in the money with a lot of theta. That's what I did on my Exxon. Well, a bunch of my Exxon. Really don't appreciate the bulls coming in here and trying to hold on to their last level of support. It's a sad and pathetic attempt to extract a tiny bit of profits from the puts they never should have sold. Gherkin, what's up, Nick? What is this? Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Doing well, I see. What an eloquent position you've built there. We're gonna keep dropping? Yeah, maybe. They just sold like 700 puts between $6 and 485, so those might get squeezed back out. That was a stupid move. Hold on, is TEP not going directly up like it's supposed to? Piece of shit. Fucking embarrassment. GME's not doing anything interesting. That's what happened to the GME box. It's trading at 2150. Hmm. Fucking gap. God damn it. Is BNED making a move? I don't know. Is it? Ooh, nice. Squeezies. Let's fucking go. Told you, dork. Nice. Oh, I got stopped out on SPX. Lame. Ugh. I think there's a halt at like 150% for stocks that are this cheap. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, for shorts. Goon time. How far can BNED squeeze? No idea. It's RC here to save us. If you subscribed, would you sell shares? Do you not get the discounted shares if you aren't holding your original position? I don't I mean I haven't subscribed, but I'm pretty sure that you have to have the shares on June 4th in order to subscribe. Man, $1 would be cool. That'd be neat. Ooh, top's moving now too. It's a casual 60% up. Just once, can we have a stock that does what I see when I put the option strat slider all the way to the right? I think it's already done that. So BNED's a squeeze play now. So it's really awkward when you short shares that have distribution rights attached to them, right? Because it kind of makes you responsible for those extra 17 shares per share. Yeah. Now, if the offering's massively undersubscribed, then, you win, right? Because you get a short at $1 and you get a buyback at 5 cents. Why aren't options mooning? Because the first strike just went in the money. They'll moon if they go further in the money. What if regards oversubscribe? Well, that puts you in a bit of a sticky wicket, me too. Quite the sticky wicket. It's okay. They're pumping SPX to pay us. Full ported BNED, now what? Why is my wicket sticky? The gooning. How many shares do I need to buy in my paper account to push it to $1? I already have 600K. Quite a lot of calls went in the money there on that break at 50. Quite a lot of calls. There are 15,000 50-cent calls for June 21st. Another 4,000 for July, 7,500 for October, and 2,000 for Jan. It's like most of the free float. Jimmy's getting murdered. They're shorting Jimmy to pay for BNED DRS. Yeah, Jimmy's breaking down. These fucking candles have a shitload of volume. Ooh, back under 50. This is wild. Consolidation. A lower high on this run than last Friday. so far. Surely that signals the end of GME's potential. Maybe. Kind of like a little weak bounce on SPX. Yeah, it looks pretty bearish. I know the weekend stream predictions are just for fun, but do you think yours is and will continue to be fairly accurate? It's been pretty accurate so far. Um, I mean, I don't know. Depending on what level we lose, like we may not get a bounce into the end of the week. So I would say that the forward projection after today is a little loose because things have been getting a bit more bearish. I just lost my entire IRA on BNED. Why did you do this? About June, $3 calls, gambling on this being a Wall Street bets target. It doesn't have a high enough market cap to be a Wall Street bets target. Is BNet able to blast 50? Maybe. There's a fuck ton of OI. Yet? No, not yet. If BNet gets to a $500 million market cap, that's like $13.50 a share. That'd be stupid. Legit though, could this actually squeeze past $2? I mean, the chain's really only supportive up to like $1 right now. There's no interest beyond that. But there is a metric fuck ton of open interest at 50 cents, so hedging that off, difficult. Volume's crazy. I've already traded more than the float. I meant a metric. Legit though, can this actually squeeze past $2? If BNet gets to 500 million a share, I'll retire. There's 12,000 buy orders at the $15, 15-cent price on the BNet 50-cent June call. What the actual fuck? What do you mean by things got more bearish when it comes to the SPX? The out of the money calls that we're building last week failed to realize any price improvement and have been pretty much consistently selling off. We've also gotten a pretty big influx of short calls over the last few days. 2 days. Which is slowly turning the tide. What the actual fuck? How much delta is priced into these? There's no way it's enough. 0.6? So for every 20 cents someone spends, they're getting 60 exposure to like 64 shares. Jesus Christ. VIX is picking up a bit. Yeah, the volume's way higher than the OI. There's 7,500 orders open for the $15 call at 15 cents. 57, 55. You check those numbers again. I just bought some more. The October call is almost the same price, but it has 0.7 delta. It already did on that, on the little spike that we got so far. We traded 25 million volume. It's like the whole free float at 50 cents. I don't think the short interest is that high. Hmm. What's the core thesis on BNED? I just liked the company. They had a decent path to profitability if they could get past their massive pile of debt they accumulated during COVID. But then shorts got greedy when they announced the share offering at 5 cents a share, and they shorted it down pretty hard. They shorted it down from like, what were we at, like 67 cents at the time, all the way down to like 18 cents. Now that's a problem because those shares haven't been distributed yet, but they're getting pressured out. The shorts are. Whereas, you know, they thought they could just get distributed out with the additional liquidity coming online. And the MM's gonna have to start to price up these options. They already are. They're pricing up the dollar and $1.50 like leaps and stuff. A 50-cent leap's up 100%, but like the dollar leap's only up 20% so far. The Julys are up like 122%. Don't dox my 12,000 call order on BNED. I mean, right now on the BNED 50-cent June, there's open orders to like 10,000 options. The free float's only 37 million shares. $640.4% IV on BNAD. No way to get viable entries on those options. I mean, I don't think you care about the IV, right? You just care about the delta. Like intrinsic value. How many calls can you buy at a time? Why are you not subscribing? Well, because I've been slowly selling all of my shares. Uh-oh, back above 50. Look at BNet Jan calls. They're priced the same as July calls and almost the same as June. Yep, I know. Because if the market maker prices them up and has to hedge delta, this thing's gonna moon, right? WeBull emailed me a week ago saying I'm allowed to hold 5,000 contracts. Did they know BNet was gonna run and give me the green light? It's good to see degeneracy is still alive and well in the pickle jar. I mean, this isn't even supposed to be like a degenerate play. It's just the offering. And then someone came in and bought 10% of the float. Last Friday. I'm gonna try to watch the next Sunday stream here to talk about why when risk got priced out of most of the market, including oil
I know the answer, but just on the surface level, I mean, a lot of that's tied to vol, right? It's just vol shorting. It's like the all the risk premium is just collapsing because vol is so low. Do the BNED tips matter? I mean, yeah, they do. I don't know where the fuck else they're gonna get liquidity. That is getting real close to a breakout. Hmm. Tips getting a little spicy. Jesus Christ. The volume to the downside is disgusting. On what? I tied it more to the free lending from years ago and the new norm of only app. I mean, that enables the crush of volatility, but volatility across the market's kind of ubiquitous, right? It's like if vol on SPX is down and like if equity vol is down and bond vol is down, volatility on everything's gonna kind of fall a bit. The only thing that's been doing decent is like gold volatility, but like volatility on oil has been way down, which it shouldn't be, right? Because there's a shitload of geopolitical risk. Can VIX go back down? I have deposit clearing after today's session, and I want to full port Vega booties. VIX isn't up very much. Is BNED like halted? What the fuck is going on?
What a weird fucking situation. Feels like vol is an exploit that's going to contribute to faster boom bust cycles. How long? I mean, there's no way to get rid of it. It's a permanent fixture. When are we going long the country of Azerbaijan because of insane oil deposits? I wasn't planning on it. You were right about Netflix, Gherkin. Like a rock. What's it doing? Oh, nice. Yeah, slow. It's not really like a rock. But it's bleeding off, which is nice. Delta is gonna go negative on SPX at like 5308, 5307. We haven't hit negative Delta today. Not yet. But vol's ramping up quite a bit. We're getting some more put interest to the downside. And we're already lost the 5310 level, which means we got a pretty clear path down to like 5295, even 5280. Bulls are probably going to try to keep coming in and stabilizing it, but BNED just Revlon again? And if BNED goes to $11, that'd be fucking awesome. I have a large number of October 50-cent calls. Sleeping oil giant. I mean, having untapped deposits is a far cry from producing oil. Can't trade BNET options in the UK. That sucks. If you exercise, but then say sell before the shares hit your account, do you still get them? What do you mean? So you go short 100 shares and then exercise a call? That would you would just net out. You're talking about the rights? I think you have to hold the shares until the 4th to get the rights. Greek, I full ported Synthlongs on BNED. That sounds terrible. All the options at the same price. How did you learn all this stuff? Work, school, research. Is there any central place? Not in academics, but if you work in finance.
It sounds like Azerbaijan is in desperate need of democracy. It would be a shame if a country stepped in and delivered it. Interesting. Do you find the BNet chart compelling or entirely the options chain? I'm mostly just concerned with the options chain. I mean, the chart's fine. It bounced. Like, it had a technical breakout, right? Oh, shit. We're getting above 50 cents again. Motherfuckers. This is gonna take all fucking day. Ugh. How do I DRS my BNet calls? You don't? The WikiHow article on options trading is pretty comprehensive. I wish Dork wasn't doing support calls right now so I could rub his face in the fact that I told him BNet was going to squeeze. How many BNet calls do you have? Some. Ooh, they're pricing up again. Nice. All of them. At least 50. That's correct, Crypto. At least 50. SpaghettiOs. Let's go, Kenny. Price them up. Gherk, I TRS my Beanhead shares and now I can't sell. I'm sorry to hear that. $69. Woo. I think at 40 cents, the short calls from Friday start getting squeezed out. All this vol shorting. Hmm. There's an options chain with little 50-cent calls. Yeah. Is it getting near $1 today? It might. Have one BNED share. You can say it's getting pretty serious. For ESNQ, should I go away until tomorrow after hours? I'm thinking that's the way to go. I mean, it's just bleeding off really slow. You gotta have. It's hard to trade it level by level when it's doing this kind of shit though. You gotta kind of just set it and forget it. $0.70 test. New high. It's kind of nice. Delta on those 50-cent calls is now 0.73. 1 second. I wonder if SPX Delta will actually go negative on the day here. It just keeps slipping. I mean, it seems like we should. $305 support. October's still aren't pricing up. Well, they did, but they're just like at 35 cents still. This is fun. How dumb is it to sell CCs on BNED? Look at June, $1 is 27 cents. Cost basis is 40. Yeah. Might be worth more than 27 cents in a minute. Might not. But it's definitely a lot of pressure. What the fuck is Vix doing? Gherk, stop selling BNAD. Why? Thanks for the FSLR. Pickles pick. Yeah, no problem. Nice. Does having no strike between 50 and $1, I mean, there's no straightforward way to stop a move to $1 once the 50-cent short calls capitulate. I mean, yeah, you sell the dollar call. What price would BNet Jan 17 50-cent calls start pricing up? They should already be pricing up. The MM's just trying to avoid buying all the delta they need to buy by locking the price of the strike. But you can only do that for so long. I mean, they're priced kind of fairly, right? Intrinsic values. Intrinsic value is like 8 cents right now, and they're priced at 30. Vic's broken, I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's just the spread isn't changing. Top still looks pretty good. It hasn't moved yet, but it looks good. Ooh. Hmm. That's nice. Expecting anything from GoEV today or tomorrow for OPEX? Doesn't look like it's doing anything. I sold a bunch of CSPs on it at 250. yields on those have been quite good. Healthy consolidation on BNAD. Yeah, still pretty bullish. BNAD and GME are inversing each other. It's reasonable. Ooh, interesting. SPX looks still dumpy. Failed to break out again. We're not getting enough call sellers down here. Like Delta keeps teasing going negative, but maybe we're getting close. We'll see. Ooh, nice. You gonna hit those puts? Vol just went up bigly. FSLR, the last bastion of stability in the market. It looks like someone's trying to trade their short vol puts for short vol calls. Not very sneaky. Hmm. Ooh. More short calls coming in, and Delta's negative now. Bounce here is not going to be very effective. SPX. Imagine if you were just buying puts, dirty little toe beans, instead of complaining about the market going up $2 earlier. Anyone's still holding Express? I still have a few hundred shares in an old account. I don't think so. Yeah, management really fucking borked that opportunity. Consider roll GME up and out for a small profit. Up and out? Like what, like sold calls or something? Why up? Oh, Gherk. I bought puts and calls and lost money on both. You have to diamond hand them because the market maker's expected move is like 60 bips now. Are these BNED calls all bought? No. That's the fun part. Trade with stops. Don't trade with stops. Sometimes you have to be willing to take more risk. The market's really choppy, right? So if you're going to try to trail a direction for the entirety of the day, you have to take on additional risk or just don't trade it, right? I know you love the risk. BNet options are 31 DTE? No, thank you. Ooh, they got priced up on that little bounce there. The amount of volume trading on this is fucking insane. There are 6,800 calls for sale at 40 cents. Well done, Nuke. So what you're saying is that this bounce on SPX is a good time to load up on pets. We left a downside gap again. They're shorting vol. Where's Delta at here at 5308.50? Delta's still a little bit negative. I think they're buying the 305. Like this is not healthy, right? We need to get back above 53.10. Being trying to fail the trends a little bit. Lower high, so we're just consolidating. Probably pay attention to that, but it's still bullish consolidation. Yeah, briefly it did. BNet already mooned. We're nowhere near power hour. That's also not what you said. You said, is BNet gonna moon during power hour? T plus 2 today. Spicy meatball? For what? So maybe we could see a T5 run also. It doesn't have a lot of ETF exposure, which is why it's so squeezy, right? It's going to be hard pressed to get liquidity. I finally sold out of my AMC bags, only to pick up $32 average GME bags. Ouch. I don't have any GME hopium. If it fails 20, it's probably going to go to 16. IV's crushing. It does not look bullish. Last night's run was unable to extend to 25, where things would have turned slightly bullish. BNet will collapse when RC posts his position. That was like me and Dork's original thesis. We were like, what's RC gonna buy next? And so we chose BNet. So we could sell it when he bought in. But he never bought it, hopefully. Are you gonna buy BNet $1 calls? Why would I do that? I have 540 50-cent calls. I'm already in FSLR. We have 200 and 220 for September. Was RC ghosting your plays? He hasn't bought BNet yet. Win down, also win up. Well, we just failed another bounce on SPX, which is cool. The price of the 50 cent got stuffed at 44 cents. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, let's go. Let's get the $1 calls in the money before the end of the day. Fucking damn it. This is the world's slowest bleed. Why can't we break down here? What the fuck is going on? Futures buyers at 53.30? No. Barely. Hmm. We got a new high. I wonder what dispersion looks like today. Flat. Forward yield on vols picking up though. Skew's still not pulling back very much. Yields are down too. Dollar is barely up. Although dollar looks kind of bullish. Triple bottom. Oh, hey, we got the breakout. 130. Delta's just a little positive here, but not much. Can you speak more about BNAD? What do you want me to say about it? They bought the 5305 calls. Yep. But they're gonna pump it, and then bears are gonna just sell the 5310 call, right? So it's just, I mean, that's what's been happening this whole fucking time. That's why we keep going back and forth. Bulls are trying to buy the in the money call and keep Delta positive. Bears are selling the out of the money calls every time we pump, which is crushing the gamma at spot, and so the runs don't have a lot of range. That's nothing's doing. Oh, it's so choppy. Diminishing returns. Ooh, nice. New high. Big volume, too. Jesus. 3 million. When do we take profits? Whenever you want? I don't know. Generally, scaling out of positions is smart. Profits can be taken, they must be snatched like a moist towelette. What's the float on BNED? 37.6 million shares. One SPX rug. I don't know if it's gonna ever like rug, right? I mean, bulls are gonna keep trying to defend that delta going negative, which is what they've been doing this whole time, right? I don't think that means that they're going to be able to push it much higher than like right here, but like it may not rug, it may just kind of drop back to like 7 and then stabilize again, and maybe end of day when charm kind of starts to overtake the positioning. If it's traded 100 million shares and the float is 37 million shares, is this crime? No, it's just churn. BNet AK just dropped. Gherkin's 15% of OS. No, I don't. I feel like a mouse picking up table droppings, trading shares on BNet. Will you all drink whiskey and eat steak on the table above me with options? Viva Ratatouille movie. Oh, is it because you're European? What does it mean when the numbers beside my position are green? The contract is now more than you bought it for? European? I'm insulted. Just no options? Already broke that. This BNet stack is pretty wild. You should have been in it when I told Dork to sell $1 calls when it was at $2. That shit was fun too. Hey, look, we're back to where we were before they announced the fucking the offering. Now if we could just get back to where we were when that stupid activist investor bought in. And then he can rug pull everything. Exercise your 50 C's. I don't think so. I'm up 73 cents a share on my shares. They're unlikely to survive the day. Fuck are the bulls buying?
Short calls? No. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. I'm salty I didn't buy more Beanhead shares at lunchtime. I got them for 50 cents. My average cost basis on the October 50-cent calls was 8 cents. And I've been slowly selling some at 40 cents for the last like half hour. Which is pretty good. It'd be cool if it rips higher, but I also have a stop at 60 cents for all my shares, because, yeah, why not? $45,000 for free isn't bad. What do you do when you enter long-dated positioning and it prints 40% on one day? Kind of blows up the plan. Hard not to sell some of it, eh? I mean, that's what you do. You sell some, right? I mean, generally. You scale out. Or you can add, but that's greedy and only for degenerates. I already sold enough Beanhead shares on Friday to cover my cost basis. Celsius sees to reduce cost basis by 60%. It's up to you. Both of those seem like viable options. Just remember that if it reverse splits, you're gonna run into some weird issues on those cover calls. What's up, Barry? Too late to buy the $1 strike for BNAD? I mean, it's not $1 yet. What's the point of all this vol shorting? Is it all just on the 310 strike? Yeah, it is. Interesting.
It's so aggressive. It's no fucking calls though. It's short vol and then pull it back. Seems weak. Hmm. Now Delta goes negative at 311. It's not like they're getting further away from their problem. Ew. Hmm. What if we have any news? Waller, if the data warrants, we could consider a cut at the end of the year, set at 1 p.m. Interesting. I'm starting to see policy put downward pressure on demand. The idea of only one cut doesn't make a lot of sense. The idea of any cuts doesn't make a lot of sense. RFK just bought GME? Is that the guy with the brainworms? Fitting. I wish the Fed had an emo phase. Then they do the right thing. I don't care about your penny stock that you found, Byronic. Brainworms and mercury poisoning? If time stands still, we might be able to fit in 6 rate cuts by the end of the year. Market up 10%. I wonder how many $1 calls I should buy on BNet if we close above 50 cents. Decisions. What will happen first? The Fed changes their 2% target to 3%, or we get 1+ rate cuts by year's end. I mean, the Fed needs to cut rates 8 times in order to stop bleeding money. So they're incentivized, but if they cut rates, we're gonna get our debt downgraded on rising inflation. And that will tighten financial conditions for them, right? Are cruises for poors? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. They're like the poorest vacation. Well, I don't know. Maybe except like a road trip. I don't know. Go look it up, Carl. Let me know. I'm just gonna sell all my BNet. I don't care about the fucking subscription rates. We're heading to 5320. I don't think so. And if we fail 5311, all the puts that they sold to get us here are gonna squeeze out again. Where's the meatball on FSLR? That's a good question. It's out of the sauce. Pretty decently out of the sauce. Can you talk about TUP? It looks compelling. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait all fucking week to get any price action. It's so annoying. No Jimmy talk. This is a BNed channel now. Grackle, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornishan, guys. Give Grackle a shout out for hooking you up. Hmm. Dude, we broke up. Me. Did a double tap? No, it was a little higher on ES. Getting some dip buyers. Eh. Actually, that might be all of them. So it calls at 20 or sold. Which puts at 15. So you'd have to squeeze out the short calls. Is the MM not pricing up BNAD because they believe it will drop back due to the offering? They're not pricing it up because if they start buying the required delta, it'll fucking moon. Sure, you've been slammed with questions. Was driving when BNAD popped? What was the peak? Or I think we go to $1. I don't know. If we close above 50 cents, we could go to $1. It's a big move. It's up 100% right now. When gold to 20? I don't know. Gold was recovering a bit earlier today. Yeah, gold still looks pretty good. We'll see. We have a bunch of like EU data and stuff. We'll see how that affects currency markets. gap there. $53.19, $20.10. No, they priced down the options. That's not good. Getting any call side capitulation on the 5305s? Not a ton. What's your price target on BNAD? I just got stopped out of like 30,000 shares. I don't know. Here is fine. I'm up like 100%. How much money do you want? When does the new option chain open up? Post split? Yeah, it would be after the split. If they open one on it. BNet didn't find GameStop. It's not this. You're talking about a different Barnes and Noble. That company is private. BNet is the Barnes and Noble Education, which is not even a subsidiary. It's its own company that runs Barnes and Noble bookstores on college campuses. I recommend reading a book. It's like cauliflower ears? Yes, cauliflower ears. Get options as a strategic investment. Make it your baby. Does the action today make you not want to subscribe? They could take the offer off the table. It would be hard to, but potentially in the event of like a hostile takeover. No, not trading for dummies. Hey, look. SPX failed. Finally. I don't know what the Bulls were trying to do there. Yep, that's correct. Make sure you don't buy the study guide by accident. cauliflower ears look so weird in Russian. Cyrillic. BNet holding 60 feels bullish, but I'm fully aware that this could be hopium. It very well could be. So if it seems too cheap, he's buying the study guide. That book skyrocketed in price too. It used to be like 19 bucks. Yeah, study guide's cheaper. Do you intend to buy back into BNet if it goes low enough? Are you done with it because of the potential reverse split? I'm kind of done with it because it's a shitty penny stock and I made 150 grand off of it. I still like the business, but they don't have that money in their hands yet, right? And it could very well reverse split and then go down. And then think of like the discount post reverse split, right? So if it reverse splits and then falls to $4.50, that's or $4 even, that's a huge discount from the subscription price. No. My pen name is not Macmillan Lawrence G. Would BNet shorts get out here, or do you think they'll double down? First of all, there's not a lot of shorts. They just fucked themselves. Right? There's not like a huge short position on BNet. They just did something really fucking stupid, which was that they shorted the stock when the subscription rights were offered, assuming that nobody would subscribe, right? And then they could subscribe and cover their short and they could get out, right? At 5 cents a share, which would have been awesome when you're shorting at 60 cents a share and you get a guaranteed exit at 5. Except those exits aren't guaranteed, and there was a potential that the subscription could be oversubscribed, right? And now you're short shares plus 17 more shares that have to be delivered in June. And you're underwater, 300%. So, sometimes shorts just do stupid shit. And that's really what's happened here. It's not like MOASS or anything. It's just, that they were dumb. Or they took a risk that was calculated and it blew up in their face. What's the best way to rug BNAD? I mean, they need to rotate their position long, which the MM's trying to do too, right? That's why the MM doesn't want to price up the calls, because they're also, like in a shitty spot. Yeah, let's fill the gap. Come on, hurry up. Maybe this time we can drop without one. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate SPX today. So this goes back to 25 cents. There's a possibility of another pump to 50. I tell you right now that the 30,000 some odd buyers of 50-cent calls today definitely don't want it to go back to 25 cents. I'm at testing 220. Nice. It's a nice little day. Yeah. I wasn't planning to, but I just sold half my FSLR. My remaining half is almost fully paid for. Nice. I actually added a little bit, but we'll see how that goes. Did I hear you say top looks interesting? Moderately. It looks moderately interesting. If we fail to fill this gap, it's really bearish. Okay, there we go. We got it. There. Now it's filled. Now let's squeeze off the short puts. Have a grand finale. $1 billion in short vol exposure to move the price of the fucking index up $6. Nice. Well done. How do you manage your Vega puts? I haven't been managing them much. Usually I just sell naked puts out of the money, like shorter dated ones, to offset decay. And then yeah, I've just been adding to them lately. I haven't really been managing them. VIX 3-month has been like right around 14, so when it kind of dips below, I pick up a few. But as it goes up, you know, I pretty aggressively take profits on a rise in volatility until most of my cost basis is like covered, and then if vol keeps going up, like last time, you know, we got a pretty good run on vol. I just, you know, I just keep scaling out of them. So buy like a September 4300p, sell a June 4000p against it, or a tighter spread. Not the I would never sell the other put that far out because it doesn't decay fast enough. I might buy like a September 4500p and sell like a May 31 4800 or something like that. Can you look at Hood? Yeah, what about it? Looks good. Getting out of accumulation. Had a nice gap up and run, right? It's like at least on the daily it looks bullish long term. They've been doing well. Little boy from Bulgaria knows how to run a company. Ironically. Okay, I have no more BNED shares left. was nice. Do you want like Greeks for hood? I don't know if I have them. Actually, I probably do. The fuck? Nope, I don't. I mean, I do, but I don't currently, which is annoying. Bum. We're all now officially BNet bag holders. Why? Because you bought the top of a 300% run? Don't make this Bobby 2.0. I have none left. Completely out. Why are you angry? Not me. I sold you the calls. Thanks. I didn't buy the top. I just held through it, which feels worse. Why not scale out? I mean, it hasn't lost 50 cents yet, but I mean, I'm literally just sitting here like selling options like every 5 minutes. And people are like, oh my god, what did you do? Fuck. Yeah, so if I made a profit, none of these whiners have an excuse. I covered close to half of my entire BNet share position with options, so I'm really at holding through this and seeing what happens. Interesting. I mean, it's still just consolidating, but I'll just re-enter, like, if it looks like it's gonna run more. Charm under 53.10 looks ugly as fuck now. Even charm at spots turning negative. When you're out of the money calls on SPX, decay to 0 delta. Womp womp. I still like TAC. I haven't bought any more of it, but I still like it. I'm just waiting for the price to get lower. I even threw XBNet before today. This was a gimme. Yeah, there's people that were in it early, and there's people that chased way too late into the run. I mean, I bought like 0 GTs like here and here. Or well, not well, June's, I guess. Well, not 0 GTs, but I bought and sold them today. Right? And then I just spent this entire time just selling fucking calls. Like that's all you do, right? That's just trading. You don't buy them and then hold on to them and hope they marry you. You guys need to like, be less committed to things. You know what it is? It's so many of you that were married. There are people like me that are like, I don't think I will. Okay. My options love me for who I am. Don't kink shame me. I was married until I found your channel. You're welcome. Are you playing NVIDIA earnings? Fuck no. I'm divorced. Is that why I opened 20x CCs on BNet at 50 cents for 600 premium? Maybe. Sold CCs just now at my cost basis. Nice. I'm committed to top calls. It's a rough relationship. Yeah, that's tough. I'm good at selling options. I've never been dumped in a relationship. I always do the dumping. Yeah, that's how you have to treat it. Like have you guys ever had a significant other that you didn't like anymore? But you knew like the faster you ripped off the band-aid, the easier it would go. That's options that are profitable. Like you'll never feel badly about making money. You might be like, oh, I sold too early or whatever, but that goes away and the money that you made is still in your bank account. But if you overhold them, then the money's gone forever. Is a stop a prenup? Exactly. You're saying anything I make after this point, we can share that. But the money I had before, that's mine, right? That's what my ex-wife did when she met her coworker. What's up, Blueberry Batman? What's overholding shares then? It's just it's just like an engagement. Like an engagement that runs too long. If you overhold long enough, you get baby options for free, and they can take care of you when you're old. So this amount of BNet activity above 50%, create an expectation that BNet stays at these levels, Or does it go back and stabilize around 30? I mean, no one wants it above 50. Really. But except for the people that bought calls today. Do you think it's profitable to play the week leading into earnings and selling the day before? Sometimes. That's what I did with NVIDIA. I went long a couple weeks ago, and then I closed when we hit Gamma Max. If holding is an engagement, what is DRSing? Imprisonment? Yeah, like voluntary, involuntary servitude. Like you're giving away your freedoms to preserve your shareholder rights. It's kind of complicated. Involuntary indentured servitude, maybe? Voluntary indentured servitude. Fed Governor Waller says we're going to see policy start to put more downward pressure on demand. When? Is that going to be alongside rising inflation? It's like the Fed is saying stagflation, but they're not saying it. All Charles Schwab knows about me so far is my 200% gains on BNED. He must think I'm a genius. He'll know the truth soon enough. DRS is like a chastity belt. What is it that the Mormons do where they like lay naked in bed but don't have sex? That's DRS. Or no, wait, what's the thing where like they get on top of each other and someone else shakes the bed? Soaking? Insertion with bouncing? What, have you never dated a Mormon? I'm sorry, what now? Yeah. So you can put it in, you just can't pump it, right? So someone else has to come and they have to move the bed up and down. This is a real thing. Soaking is just lying in it, but you need a friend to do the see? Yeah. This is an educational channel. It is. That sounds like the height of inefficiency. Can't confirm they do that. I was the bed once. Wait, back up? I mean, literally, she's not allowed. No. Neither participant can do anything beyond the initial penetration. Then someone else has to create the motion in the ocean. It's kind of like when puts get oversold. They're not really bullish, but they make the MM bullish, right? If God was real, I feel like he'd be more upset with them trying to find loopholes. Yeah, inefficiency is worth it to go to heaven. If it's two guys, one girl, then and they're doing the same thing, I would assume that you could go back and forth, shaking either side. Maybe you could call it the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Now we need to know the market mechanic for doing anal to stay a virgin. Too soon? I'm sorry. My GameStop is like soaking. You just lay there and take the ups and downs. Or alternatively, you could sell the top. Oh, this is so boring. Why is the $5 out of the money put $1? How much money am I going to lose not accepting this mispricing? Some. The answer is some. Which question? I didn't really understand your question. It didn't make any sense. I assume you're asking for the market's version of the poophole loophole. I didn't move up my stops because of the soaking conversation. 9 minutes to expiry is where all the exhilaration is. I wonder how cheap these are gonna get. They're only $5 out of the money. It's literally the next strike. What have they done? Yes, that's it. Oh, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Does FUBO have any OPEX potential? No. It has a juicy dip now. I'm thinking of going back in. Thanks. Okay. I mean, the $20 call isn't much more money. It's like $1.45. This is absurd, right? Like, the pricing on these is actually ridiculous. BNID lost 50. I see that. Curiouser and curiouser. I can't think about it because I only do loose women. Nice. I feel as if it's a strangle, but that's too on the nose. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a strangle. Maybe like an inverse condor. Actually, that's pretty fitting. Inverse butterfly? Because that's going to be like, you know. Perfect. Oh, look, another gap. When do I get my PAX dividend? June 10th. Random question. Do you clean your hats? Yeah. What product? I have like a thing that you put in the dishwasher. It's like a little cage, and you just toss your hats in it, and then throw them all in the dishwasher. Peanut regained 50 cents. Seems like their position might be a little volatility exposed. Hat washer? Yeah. I bought this thing from China that's like a tiny little hat washing machine, but it just kept burning the hats. Dishwasher, not the clothes washer. They get fucked up in the washing machine. I've tried that, but like, yeah, it tends to break them. Although I have an agitator, in my washing machine. I guess if I didn't have an agitator, then you could do it. Dishwasher doesn't spin. Doesn't need to. Tool can be very temperature sensitive. These are wool. So I use the like Lysol like the Lysol free and clear laundry sanitizer. Have you considered a cowboy VWAP hat? I've considered a lot of things. That was one of them. I was gonna do it for Popcorn's birthday, but now it's ruined. You and your big mouth, Max. Wool baseball cap? Yeah. Fell to 5305 still. If we lose 5310. Delta turns negative right below our current support, so we'll see what the bulls do. They've got to be ready for another pump, right? We don't want to miss the opportunity to sell the 5310 call at $1.50. Fucking assholes. Greg washes dishes, keyboards, hats, and motherboards in his dishwasher. Okay, listen. The GPU and the motherboard and the keyboard were only a couple times. They get dirty. What the fuck do you want? Gordon called it somebody to watch the intraday cup and handle on BNAD. It could still break up again. It's holding 50, which is neat. Oh, that's awkward. Were those options horribly mispriced? Yes. Delta's negative. Woo. Man, bulls are fighting every fucking red candle. This is crazy. Really need to lose 50. Yeah, well, we kind of did. 53, 11, 23. Do you ever wear the VWAP hat in public? No. No. FSLR doesn't have like a point of max violence. It's just got a nice stacked call chain to the upside. Hats and dishwashers, Roomba's mating, industrial freezers humming. These are a few of my favorite things. My industrial freezers are almost completely silent. The VWAP hat is his Clark Kent glasses. Exactly. 1 second. People knock at my door and I pretend I'm not home. Get it right. But then I wouldn't get the things that I've ordered. Are they stainless? Yeah. You have weird stuff. I know. Can Tesla see 190 today? Maybe. It's moving. It broke the 180 call wall, so there's a bit of a ramp. So where do we fill this gap, but then we don't get anything beyond that? Interesting. If you have time, can you look at BIG and give me a bear case? It's just like BBBY. I've already looked at it. You're super late to the party, man. You could have been buying this shit when it was fucking trading back at like $3, $2. Don't worry, it'll go back there. But they did all the same stupid shit. Like 600 and something million and shares repurchased. And they burned 300 or 400 million in cash for operations. Just golden parachuting themselves out of the company, just like Bobby's executives did. They have issues carrying inventory, all the same problems. They should burn through their ABL by the end of the year. They need money. They need it really bad. You don't think the margin improvement isn't worthwhile over the last few quarters? They don't have enough capital to sustain their operations. They're gonna have to get money. And any way they go to get that money is not going to be good for their share price, right? I mean, I'm not saying they have to go out of business. They don't, but their stock's going to get a lot cheaper. Any thoughts on what FSLR is doing today? It's doing what I wanted it to do, which is go up. That's nice. It can keep doing that. It's got a pretty robust options interest out to like 240, and then it's starting to build above that. So longer dated calls, probably not gonna move like crazy every day, but I have September's on it. No problem. Same. Oh, okay. Nice. Hmm. Charm's still negative. This is insane. They're just shorting vol to stabilize price. The Vega exposure on the SPX monthly hit a new all-time high yesterday. These puts are freaking priced like it's 3:45 p.m. I know. I know. Jamie is not moassing. It just bounced off 20. Look how hard they fucking sold this put. It's insane. What happens if SPX IV 1%? Markets automatically close. How many 5310s are you buying if they bounce it to fill the gap again? If it gets down to 50 cents before 3:30, I'll probably double down on it. I think it's $3 out of the money. It should not be fucking $1 right now. It's a realistic price based on fundamentals. I mean, before the distribution, like $1.80. I don't think the options chain has enough interest above $1 for it to move that high, but that'd be like probably a fairly decent value for right now. its fundamentals are kind of fucked up because they're based on their ability to get a hold of capital or not. But the volatility could persist. I mean, if we close above the 50-cent strike, that's going to have an impact tomorrow. Especially if there's any kind of overnight move. Can you become a publicly traded company? Ew. Just me, personally? Like, incorporate myself? Outside of BNED, this OPEX blows. I think you might just be invested in the wrong stocks. Fucking all day bear flag. It was a nice little spike in price. I wonder if they'll start just capitulating on the puts and trying to get their profits. Let's see where Delta is now. It's gotta be a little bit higher. Still like 51.11. It's like roughly the same spot it was at. Just read the daily DD. What does range bound mean? Stuck in a tight range. Like the outer edges of the range are support and resistance, and price is stuck here. Is it bad that VIX is only 20 cents away from backwardation and we aren't even near expiry? Very, very, very bad, Bob. Especially given that Vega exposure is near all-time highs. Or at all-time highs. Do you have the Greeks on Netflix? I do, as a matter of fact. 1 sec. Ooh. This is insane. Fill the gap. Do it. It is power hour. But we left a downside gap now. That's confusing. Hmm. Your sweet, sweet Persian honey voice helped drown out the pain of the dentist today. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Hmm. VIX at 12. Ooh, BNet's breaking VWAP again. Futures 43.40 again. It's a stupid breakout. There is no fucking gamut of the downside. Yeah, look at tomorrow's positioning. See what's going on there. BNet going down again? BNet going again. It looks like it. Yeah, it's getting a little pump. Ooh, bunch of puts for tomorrow below 53.15. So they're selling today's put and tomorrow's put? Excellent. Hey, VIX 11.99. They just shorted $1 to get the SPX up $1. That's actually not too far off. Still selling the 5320 call. When does that 600 billion unrealized bank loss become real? That's a good question. 10-year above 5%. Hmm. Is there enough time to see 5305 today? We have like fucking 40 minutes left. Do you know anything about Elf, the beauty company? What about him? Usually cosmetics are a good defensive bet if you expect negative economic conditions, but possibly not those beauty companies because they're fucking overpriced. If you could travel back in time and change one thing, how would you stop them from killing Harambe? Just tell the parents to watch their kid. Just like, I don't know. Maybe there was no way to save Harambe. If RFK Jr. is still in, I'm still in. Nice.
The drag from Charm is real. Oh, just capitulate already. Jesus Christ. There's a shitload of puts at 53.15 for tomorrow's expiration. I think if we lose 15 here, it gets kind of ugly. Do you have the Greeks for FSLR? Yeah, but they don't matter. It's already above gamma neutral and delta neutral. Gamma max is out. Pretty far out of the money. It's like 225 right now or something. Still not sure why BNet is rising. It has to be hedged. There's like fucking 50 or 30,000 calls in the money at 50 cents. And price isn't staying high enough to keep Charm off the table. Like Charm's negative right now. So the decay is pushing us down. They're trying to like fucking buy into it. But it's kind of weak. I don't know what the point is. I guess just to keep us from slipping down the puts to 53.05. Because everyone's, what, getting ready to straddle the Fed minutes tomorrow?
Yeah, that should push us back above the chart. Eh, barely. Oh, we're gonna fill the gap. Yesterday's gap? Jesus Christ. Did I just see a deck disappear? Yes. What do you news articles coming out saying FSLR is an AI play now? Perfect. That's still short of the gap. One second. Oh, what did I miss? Jesus Christ. Well, that went haywire. But are we gonna sell off below 15 or not? We got what, 10 minutes? Probably not. Oops. Hmm. 200 million volume on BNet is ridiculous. It's kind of insane. Huh. Interesting. I don't even know what's floating this. There's nothing but puts to the downside. NQ's like not very strong right now. And maybe it's a little bit tech, but that looks like it's failing too. There's calls at 20, but they're short. 20, 30. 20, 25. Yeah, FSLR looks fine. Why? Oh well. Netflix pumped up a little. Apple's pushing 192.50 again. Pixar is down still. Where is that dropping? Jesus, rough day. Percent downside move. Peanut over 50 cents at close. Yeah. Carry top overnight. Nvidia earnings tomorrow. Yeah, Peanut still looks pretty good into close. It may run more. I think we're still going to close under 53.20 here. Do I average up FSLR? I did earlier. SPX up, ZOM down, totally normal. You need SPX to go up on rising oil prices, right? Oil's down quite a bit today, like 90 BPS. Russell and Dow are underperforming. RSP's down -6. I mean, it's all tech, right? But the Lilly and Tesla took off pretty hard today. Walmart, Costco are up, even with Redbook down. Really? What the fuck? All right. Financials are up. Wouldn't PBR at 9? That's a good question. I don't know. It's been dropping ever since I sold. We'll see how the new CEO is. I've still got my dividend on the way, so I figure I'll wait and see how the new CEO does, and then maybe I'll look to get back in middle of this year, later this year. You did? What? I did what? FSLR has to pull back, right? I mean, it's pretty stacked all the way up to $20, like 220. After 220, I mean, it's probably gonna get a bit choppier. I have 240.50 for September. Nice. I have 200, 220 for September. I didn't add anything further out of the money yet. I figured I would wait for like the 220 test and then see what happened. But I might add like 40s and 50s later, or well, 50s. Fail the all-time high? What mean? Good question. Oh, we failed a bit below the all-time high, actually. Ding ding, by the way. Still off into close, too. Yeah, all-time high is still 53.25.49. That's the third test at a lower high, which is a consecutively lower high, as a matter of fact. Which is interesting, to say the least. This is not inherently bullish. I mean, not only did the initial breakout from consolidation fail, but this is failing as well. I mean, I think Fed minutes are going to be far more impactful than people anticipate tomorrow. The market's really looking for some guidance here. Shameful display by the Bulls. It was an annoying display by the Bulls, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Top closed above $2 too, which is neat. BNED closed at 54 cents, so holding on to that $50 call. If this moves in the overnight session, especially to the upside, the MM may have to reprice options in the morning. Which could be very bullish, right? Yeah, because the Fed chairs haven't been crystal clear that they're not dropping rates anytime soon. Well, they've been very clear. Here's the problem, right? Is that they've been clear that they're not dropping rates, but they've also keep inferring that they're going to cut rates by the end of the year. Right? They keep saying things like, I could see one more cut, or only one cut doesn't make sense, stuff like that, which is bullshit, and they know it because inflation is heating up still, and because their rate is not restrictive, but they're still telling the market, our rate is sufficiently restrictive. We are slowing down growth, right? But even if they slow growth, that just means that the deficit spending is going straight into inflation, right? So in a way, they're saying we're stagflating, but that's okay. Don't worry about that right now, right? Like we're slowing growth. Ignore the inflation that's going up. The April report didn't put inflation back on track to the downside. It just put it's still perfectly on trend and continuing up. It didn't revert anything. And PPI is hot as fuck. Inflation up, GDP down, no bueno. Yeah, not good. Not good stuff. Yeah, so PBR, I mean, I've never really written this up. This is not a play that I would present to you guys, right? Because it carries a ton of like geopolitical risk factors. And, investment in it because of the dividend being so high really encourages a lot of capital be put in. And so, while I would never suggest this to anybody, I sold when they announced the new CEO, just above 16. I'd probably look to get back in after I get a feel for the new CEO. Maybe we get like a quarter's worth of earnings and see how things are going. And then because political alignment with the board and the CEO are very important. Now, previously the prior CEO was against the Brazilian People's Party, who ultimately owns the company, right? And was interested in protecting investor interests in PBR, and he fought for that, and he ensured that dividends were distributed. The new CEO may not, right? And if the new CEO does not fight for investor protection, uh, the dividends may be revoked, right? Which then makes the play really not worthwhile. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna wait for it to fall. I know some of you guys have bought it anyway. I'm gonna wait for it to fall, kind of see where everything falls into place, and then if it still looks promising, I'll get back into it. The government did approve the most recent dividend distributions, so that's a plus. I think there's another X date coming up on June 13th, so maybe I'll consider getting a little exposure before then. But I've already got the 42-cent and 68-cent ones locked in. Yeah, or the dividend will be lower, which will inherently affect the share price. GME really didn't do too great today. I mean, it kind of just sat right there at the top of that lower boundary for gamma, and not much happened. I mean, it dipped a little and bounced back off of 20, which is to be expected, right? Unless you cross over 20, then the upside move is pretty easy, and it still can chop between 20 and 25, right? It's not just the 2250 range. It can actually extend further out than that. But as this occurs, more and more of that Vega is going to get pulled off the chain, and the short vol is going to be less and less IV exposed, and suddenly those breakouts at 25 don't matter as much, right? And then the breakouts at 30 don't matter, and the breakouts at 40. And it's going to take a while to grind down, but it is still grinding down, and that's ultimately bearish over time. Upstart, nothing really. Fubo, also nothing. Top was kind of interesting today. Weird spike in liquidity, and it held $2 into close, which is kind of important for continuing to apply pressure. There's still short calls at $2. There's a lot of short calls at 250. I think it's still got a little bit of potential to complete like a second run. But we'll see. That one's pretty risky and tends to get shorted really fast after it does spike. Beyond not really doing anything. Go EV looks boring. It looks like they're just shorting it. Beyond looks kind of crazy. Now the falling price in after hours is bad. They got it back below 50 cents. But the close at 50 was nice. And it's still really sensitive as long as we stay right here around the 50-cent strike. So, if we hold the bottom of this consolidation, right, and bounce again, T plus 2 from now, we're still up 74% on the day. It's a very big move. These can keep compounding and escalating, right? As long as interest at that 50-cent strike stays high. So yeah, this one can start to develop a bit of a trend, and there's still shorts underwater there, so it can get squeezed out. I know everyone's been talking about this because I brought it up on the weekend stream, but FSLR is doing obviously really, really good today. Nice breakout from kind of this period of consolidation. Up 8% on the day, or $15. This has pretty strong call interest, all the way up to 52.20, which is, I think, where the fuck did that come from? Oh, there we go. 52.20, and then even beyond that, there's interest is starting to build between like 52.30 and 250. And even above 250, there's some interest starting to build around the $300 mark. So it's got a lot of room to run. It's a lot of those calls are long dated, so pretty decent amount of potential on it. Then ES still chopping. Rejection from yet another lower high marks a triple top here on this kind of ascending wedge that we've been consolidating in. Honestly, the downside support has been strong enough that this triple top's probably not that important just yet. And we still want to see a fail of this trend here to really kind of confirm any bearishness. And so, yeah, I would say that even though this is a triple top and it is a lower high, it doesn't really signify anything. And tomorrow's FOMC minutes may be kind of the tipping point for this top we're forming. Either we're going to break out higher from the consolidation, or we're gonna start to fail. And if we start to fail, there's not a lot of support. However, a breakout to the upside is kind of range bound. It's there's really only call interest between 5350, 5375 SPX. So not a lot of range to the upside, but to the downside, a failure of 5275 could mean, or 5264 really could mean a test as low as like 5,000 again. You're to be stinking rich if FSLR hits. I'm sorry, 230, not 5230. Stop being dickheads. Commodities actually pulled back a little bit today after 2 consecutive days of gapping up higher. A little bit of cooling in precious metals, but not too much. They're still going up pretty rapidly. And even though gold kind of hit a bit of a sell-off at 2450 yesterday, it does seem to be recovering really quickly. And remember, every time it tests that 2250 level, the chances of it breaking higher are going to increase. Dollar looks still pretty resilient. Now we have a bunch of foreign data tonight. Japanese balance of trade, and I believe machinery orders, and then Great British inflation, core inflation and PPI, and then I think their EU's having, or ECB's having their non-monetary policy meeting, in which they will discuss monetary policy. And yeah, we talked about this yesterday a little bit. It does appear that the EU and Britain are going to be prepared to cut rates long before the US. And that's one of the reasons the Fed is leaning so much on like, oh, we'll get a rate cut in there by the end of the year, because they don't want to diverge too much from other central banks. Unfortunately, it does look like that's going to happen, because the EU and Great Britain didn't try to spend their way out of their economic downturn like we did. And thus they are having a stronger recovery with lower inflation, but that means they're starting to import their inflation to us. And as the recipient of that inflation, ours is now rising and our growth is slowing. So yeah, a few things to affect dollar value overnight, and it is getting close to kind of breaking up here. I would say if it does, we're probably going to get back to that like 105 level where we've seen so much stability over the last couple of months. Correlation broke down again today, but most of it in the end of the day, it was actually pretty flat to slightly down. So a little bit of leaning into that dispersion trade. Largely, we know that this is in tech. With especially with Dow and Russell underperforming so much. Japanese carry trade peeled back a little bit today, and we saw a drop in the forward returns on volatility with the massive vol short that's been going on. However, we're still getting higher lows here, and despite VIX being down almost twice as much as it was on the previous low. So that position's getting a bit overcrowded. And that means diminishing returns on short vol, which means less leverage to pump the upside. Not really any moves in bond vol. Skew pulled back a little bit yesterday, but not much. 71.31% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. And it looks like we're a little bit higher than yesterday at negative 37.33% net correlation between VIX futures and cash VIX. Although we are down week over week from the prior week, which was at 44%. We are up a little bit from yesterday, and this will continue to change throughout the week as this bar prints. Fed fund futures are pricing in just, I mean, 0.34 rate cuts versus, you know, where we were yesterday at close at 0.315. Not a lot of change there, and that just seems to be going back and forth with largely with yields. So I don't think we've cut the September rate cut out of projections, and I think we're still pricing in about an 85% chance of that happening. It's gonna take a pretty clear message from the Fed to cut below that final rate cut for 2024. And if we do, that'll be very bad for financial conditions. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody. Later.